Allora, allora. San Francisco days, San Francisco night. San Francisco days, San Francisco night. San Francisco night. Ah, faut que je recolle mon écran. Euh... Lui. Bonne question, je sais pas lequel c'est. Ah, c'est celui-là. Oh, 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 oh. Capture cursor. Dida dida douda dou. T'aurais un problème là. San Francisco night. Hein? Quoi ce... San Francisco night. Juste là? Pourquoi ils prend pas la résol de base, je comprends pas. On peut pas faire... San Francisco night. Edit. Voilà, 1920. 1920 par 1080. Position 0. C'est quoi ce petit bord? Ah, ça. Bon, je sais pas si j'ai besoin d'afficher le haut là. Ni le bas d'ailleurs. Ah, malade. Pour moi que j'arrive à désaturer cet écran là. J'ai changé d'écran et j'ai un peu de peine à trouver le bon réglage là. Il est vraiment super saturé celui-là. Color setup. Pourquoi il n'y a pas un truc sur... Saturation, je comprends pas. Brightness... Gamma... Dark boost, brightness... C'est Game Settings qui fait ça? Game Color? Ah, c'est ça. Voilà. Après... Ça c'est peut-être un petit peu des sats. C'est fou les différences. C'est hallucinant. Ça c'est pas mal ça. Encore trop de couleurs mais... C'était où? Ah bah je peux plus rien régler. C'est embêtant ce... Ah, OSD setup. C'est quoi? On va le laisser comme ça, je crois que c'est pas mal. Du coup il est vachement lumineux. Peut-être que... Ouais mais je peux pas le changer. Alright. Ouais. Donc, alors là on avait quoi? On avait ça. Moi j'ai réfléchi à cette histoire, je suis plus très convaincu. Freedom cast defeat the Jedi, the problem is the cast is not strong enough, he doesn't have calls yet, first foremost, he doesn't know where they are. Ouais. On a perdu un peu l'aspect quête psychologique, je trouve, là-dedans. On va voir ce que... si ChatGPT peut nous proposer des trucs. I'm looking for a story that illustrates struggles, teenage encounter, both psychologically and physically. Wow. Wow. Something around confidence, self-esteem, or confidence. Oh, eh, oh. Donc qu'est-ce qu'il dit? Blossoming confidence. Lily had always felt like she was living in the shadows of others. At school she rarely spoke up, worried her ideas would sound silly every time her friends excelled and left her questioning her place. One of her friends told her just being on a team means you're valuable, even if you sit on a bench. He said what I said. Oh. Okay, it's about a transposition of teenage issues, but with a cat, kitten. It takes place in Switzerland. Whiskers on the edge, under the shadow of the Swiss Alps, in a quiet village, lived a kitten named Nougat. Nougat's fur was a patchwork of ginger and white, his eyes bright as the summer sky over Lake Geneva. The other kittens climbed stone walls with ease. Ah bah tiens, on n'est pas loin de... Lived gracefully from rooftop to rooftop and told daring stories of entrepreneuring the village. Nougat tried to follow but always slipped or hesitated, paws trembling with uncertainty. When he landed clumsily and the others laughed, Nougat wished he could curl up and disappear in a hay bale. In a hay bale? What is that? Un trou de souris? At home, in a cozy chalet, Nougat's favorite place was the window. He'd watch snow fall quietly or cows lumbering in green pastures. He wanted to prove he was brave enough to explore beyond the familiar, just like the older cats, but fear of not being enough kept him indoors. One rainy evening, Nougat's older sibling, Shock, found him gazing out, ears drooping. Ears drooping? Shock recalled her one youth. Her own youth, okay. He used to slip off every gate until I'd finally stopped falling. In find your balance and trying not sitting behind the glass encouraged Nougat ventured outside the next morning. Ok, bah en fait ça me fait plus penser à l'histoire des griffes que... Once you don't do it wasn't perfect sometimes. He wobbled and even tumbled once into a patch of alpine flowers, but each attempt made him a bit steadier, and each cheer from Chuck and the farmer's children grew his confidence. He even made a new friend, Gigi, the marmot, who confessed she had always been scared of venturing onto the open grass. Together they tried, failed, cheered each other on, and tried again. Over time, Nougat realized that every cat and every creature found bravery differently, and stumbles were part of the climb. When the next snowfall came, he led the kittens in leaping tracks across the wide field, sunlight glinting off their paw prints. Under the white Swiss sky, Nougat found the confidence came not from being perfect, but from daring to leave the comfort of the window and embracing the adventure, mistakes and all. Oh, hmm. Bon, c'est pas ok. Avec un petit chat comme ça, qu'est-ce que je peux lui faire? Cette pauvre bête. The equality. Ouais, pour l'instant, ma meilleure piste, ça reste les griffes, quoi. Euh... Le truc, c'est que si c'est le point de départ, c'est quoi la situation? Attends, je vais juste voir aussi comment on appelle ces trois phases là. How do we call the classic story structure with starting point, problem, resolution? Equality. Setup, confrontation, resolution. D'accord. Ok. Donc ça, il me faut... c'est ce qu'il me faudra à la fin. Enfin, à la fin. Bon, ça c'est des pitchs. On va mettre pitches ici. On va prendre celui-là, on va l'enlever. Pitches 1. Ah, je vais le mettre en 2 d'ailleurs parce que je le trouve pas fou. Allô. Waouh. Waouh. Ouais. Ah, ok. Euh, euh, Bon, on va faire ça. On va faire 1, 2. Hmm. Ok. Ça, c'est un petit peu... Voilà. Ça, je n'ai pas besoin là. Ok. Donc on va voir le pitch, et puis le setup. 3 actes. Ok. Et si je fais... Je peux faire ça? Ah ouais. Donc peut-être que je fais ça. Waouh, 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 waouh. Ok. Est-ce que je peux grouper ce truc là? Ah, tu peux avoir des layers, c'est trop bien. Et Bon, pour l'instant, c'est ça ma meilleure piste. C'est-à-dire que j'ai pas de pitch. Donc pour l'instant, je vais bosser surtout sur ça. Puis quand j'aurai trouvé un pitch qui me plaît. Bon, ça pourrait être les griffes. Euh... Qu'est-ce qu'ils aiment faire les chats? On va faire ce chat. Mais franchement, le truc des griffes, je crois que c'est vraiment pas mal en fait. Je suis pas sûr d'avoir besoin de me chercher 12 idées quoi. Du coup, ça me fait quel découpage là? Ah, peut-être une autre idée. Euh... he reckon? No, he... Pourquoi lui il met un retour comme ça là? C'est un peu pénible en fait. Okay. Cat wants to leave his home to live as a free cat and not be prisoner of humans. Throughout his journey, he realizes that his former way of life was not that bad. But I do prefer the first one because it has some evolution through in the mindset of the cat that at start is depressed, and hopefully at the end that will be fixed. On the other hand, this one, the cats who want to leave his home, it may have an interesting narrative arc because he starts confident when he go outside in the wild. He's like, yeah, I'm free. But then he will struggle and encounter enemies, etc. And finally get stronger and realize his life was a good life when he was living with humans. So it's more like an up and down thing that is interesting. With the clothes, it's really, you go down and we could draw it like this. So this one, if we have an act, can we do this? Cool. It goes like this. Whereas this one, it goes like this. But good stories tend to be like this. And then like that. And then like that. So I need to find this part. And that's probably the confrontation. So as you progress, his claws get longer and stronger, allowing him to climb up further, higher, and fight harder. Okay, confrontation. Let me check something real quick. I need a name for this cat. Is there a game with a cat as the main character whose name is Leo? No, really? Leo the firefighter cat. There's a cat named Leo in the action game. He plays as Leo Jr. of a station. The commission serves the game feature because available on major platforms, including this box. When was it released? 2024? Okay. Okay. So what could be the confrontation? Let me open the blinders. So what would be the confrontation? So I need to understand why he wants to have claws. apart from being like other cats. But he should realize that his claws will grow at some point, so why is he so in a rush to get them? Maybe he wants to be able to defend himself because in his youth he has experienced a friend of his of him, our parent, that has been beaten by some other cat, and he wasn't able to help them because of the lack of the clothes for him. That was the main reason. Where actually the reason was he needed friends. He needed not to be alone to defend the clan, the family, something like this. I don't want to make it too complicated though. So. What allow claws is to be more dangerous and to be more agile, probably, when you climb trees and etc. But what does that not allow? That can't solve all the problems. So I need to find a problem where claws are not relevant. And the cat thought the claws would help in that situation, and actually it doesn't. So if we sum up this, yeah, maybe here, the cat thinks he can resolve pretty much anything, any situation, with if he had claws. Need to find a case where he thinks claws would have been of any help. The cat is confronted to the situation that made him get close quicker. And realizes it doesn't help. So at this point, he probably has the clothes he wanted. Or maybe better clothes. So we need to find what is the solution to his problem. Maybe it's just communication. Communication was the key. Older, helping you is the key. Okay. Need to find a case where things close would have been of any help. Weep, weep, weep. Playlists. The cat is depressed because its claws have not grown yet. Throughout the journey, they'll grow, and as a visible effect, the cat will gain in power while fighting and in hate while climbing walls. Cat wants to travel around Switzerland to find out if other cats have bigger claws and how to get them. Cat wants to travel around Switzerland. Okay, that's the same. As he progressed, his claws got longer and stronger, allowing him to climb higher and fight harder. The cat thinks he can resolve pretty much any situation if he had claws. The cat has now better claws. The cat is confronted to the situation that made him get claws quicker and realizes it doesn't help. Yeah, I really need to find what is the situation he is trying to resolve. And also, what is making him moving throughout the Switzerland? Moving from one place to another? Why is he not going to one destination where he thinks the solution resides, instead of like traveling all around the Switzerland, the country? So he's not sure where to find the solution. Or maybe he heard of a special training that takes place in all those places, and he has to do all the camps, the levels, the steps. Or maybe the cat is looking for clues to discover where his enemy is living, and that's the motivation to go from one place to another. And once he finally meets his enemy, he's being defeated. But what he has not realized is that throughout his journey, his claws have grown, and he can use them. But how to turn this into a game? I mean, the cat, okay, we've traveled all around the place, and we have fought enemies, and we gained some abilities like dash, wall climbing, etc. And then we get to the point where we met our biggest enemy, the one that made us left our home to get stronger, or to find him, actually. So it's not a loop. I thought at start it would be a loop, but maybe it's not a loop, the traveling. Or the loop is just for the end, for the ending, for the story. But he arrives at the last destination where his biggest enemy is, the one that made him leave his home. And it's funny because it's like I want the cat to be defeated first, to have this effect of going down and then going up for the climax. So maybe there's a fight, the supposedly final fight, and he loses. The cat loses the fight. And someone, I don't know how, somehow he then realizes that he has claws, so he can fight differently. He had new attacks, new tools, new weapons to fight with. So like he picks himself up and go back to the fight, and this time Yeah. Goal is to defeat the... You can defeat the boss. But what's the morality of this, the backstory behind it? Could be cool to have one. Or not. Let's write it down. So there's the main reason why the cat wants revenge is his mother has been bitten by a cat. He wants to retrieve him and feed him. But he has no clue where this cat lives. Sorry, lives. But doesn't really realizes it. The cat is confronted with the situation. Okay, so the cat eventually retrieves his enemy. There's one N in English. At first, he lost his fight. There's no way to win this fight. The cat realizes he gains better and stronger claws throughout his journey. He unlocks somehow new abilities with his claws and defeat the enemy. Keep putting two N's where there's only one in English. Hey eccentric, how are you? Somehow unlocks new abilities with his claws and defeat his enemy. Yeah, the thing that is interesting with this is if there's a second story game, a sequel to this game, you could start with your claws. Yeah, Coffee, coffee. High 2 this morning. This one is finished. And it's cold. Oh. So you're going to code? So let's review it from start. So the pitch is the cat is depressed because its claws have not grown yet. So that's not really the case anymore. Let's try something. Cat has witnessed. Let's say the kitten has witnessed his mother being beaten by another cat. Feels ashamed because he had not done anything to prevent that. So he decides to go on a journey to find his enemy and to know and to gain in power. I don't know. Oh, it's 2 AM. Whoa. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Kitten has witnessed his mother being beaten by another cat. He feels ashamed because he had not done anything to prevent that, so he decides to go on a journey to find his enemy and to gain in power. Be able to defeat him. When we say in power, I should mention that it's related to his clothes. Better clothes. Throughout the journey, the groan has a visible effect. The cat will gain in power while fighting and in 8 while climbing walls up. Cat wants to travel around Switzerland to find out. Before the cats have become... Okay, maybe that's not relevant anymore. This part. So So the kitten has witnessed his mother being beaten by another cat. He feels ashamed because he had not done anything to prevent that. So that was probably due to a lack of both strength and fierce, or how do you say that? Courage? No, yeah. I think to prevent that. For him, it was due to a lack of fierce strength and courage. So he decides to go on a journey to find his enemy and to gain in power. Better close. Yeah, maybe what he's not realizing is that it's not only strength, pure strength. It's more something in the head, in his mindset. And that's what he will discover. Where in fact it was more due to lack of will. What's willingness? Yeah, willingness. At the same time, it's hard to make someone feel guilty because he has not done anything just because of a lack of willingness. Sometimes you can't do anything, you're just not strong enough. So yeah, let's keep it more simple maybe. Kitten's witnessed his mother being beaten by another cat. He was ashamed because he had not done anything to prevent that. For him, it was due to lack of fierce strength. Yeah, it may be the opposite actually. It was due to, for him, it was due to a lack of willingness. Whereas it was just because he is a kitten and he is not supposed to be able to defeat adult cats. Something like this. Adult cats. He feels ashamed because he had not done anything to prevent that. For him, it was due to a lack of willingness. It was just because he is a kitten and is not supposed to be able to defeat adult cats. So he decides to go on a journey to find his enemy and to gain in power. And that's where he doesn't really realizes that by doing so, going out and trying to find the enemy, he's showing willingness, but he's not realizing it. And he will develop he's close to. So he decides to go on a journey to find his enemy and to gain in power, better close, to be able to defeat him. The cat is... so that is not the case. Throughout his journey, the cat... they'll grow. I should have a name for this cat, really, it's so easier. Let's call it, I don't know, something. Even if it changes after a while. The cat... Neo. Okay, so he decides to go on a journey to find his enemy and to gain in power and to be able to defeat him. Throughout the journey, Neo, the growth of Neo's clothes has visible effects. He will gain in power while fighting and in hate while climbing walls up. Okay. So that's the pitch. So it starts, Neo wants to travel around Switzerland to find... It's not that he wants to travel around Switzerland. He wants to avenge his mother. To avenge his mother. He leaves his place and travel around Switzerland to find other... no, to find... where his enemy is. As he progresses, there's no S, I guess. His claws get longer and stronger, allowing him to climb higher and fight harder. The cat thinks, so Neo thinks he can resolve pretty much any situation if he had claws. Yeah, maybe that's not that correct. That's not really the thing in his mind. For him, he was like a wimp or something like this. So as he progresses, his claws get longer and stronger. Okay, the main reason why the cat wants revenge is his mother has been bitten by a cat. So we know that. He wants to retrieve him and defeat him. So we know all this. To find where his enemy is. Okay, maybe I can just here add because he has no clue where he is. So Neo wants to avenge his mother, he leaves this place. For that reason, he leaves his place, his home, and travels around Switzerland to find where his enemy around Switzerland, because he has no clue. For that reason, Neil leaves his home and travels around Switzerland to find where his enemy is. As he progresses, his claws get longer and stronger, allowing him to climb higher and fight harder. Okay. Confrontation. The cat has now better claws, but doesn't really realizes it. Cat eventually... No, but okay, we don't... Actually, it's the opposite. He sees that he has better claws, so he thinks, yeah, there's no way I can lose this fight again. So the cat eventually retrieves his enemy at first. So he lost his fight. There's no way to win this fight. I'm not sure. If I do just this, I'll eventually choose enemy. Cat realizes he's gained better and stronger claws throughout his journey. But that was... Wait. And that's what he was missing. To be able to fight his enemy, not the willingness. He realizes he is brave and has a lot of courage by having traveled around Switzerland and doing all the stuff he's done so far. What's wrong with... Okay. The cat realizes he gained better. He has gained better and stronger claws throughout his journey, and that's what was missing. How'd you say that? Okay. He somehow unlocks new abilities with his claws, so maybe not. We don't need this. So what am I supposed to put in confrontation? I'm not sure. The 3 acts, where was it? Here? The main character faces obstacles or challenges. Okay, so that's where his mother is being beaten, actually. No, it's here. I don't know. The central conflict. That's the conflict with his enemy, actually. Maybe I can sum up those 2 points really quick at the beginning of the game. Not sure. So what's the setup? I didn't mention that his mother was beaten. So when Neo, the kitten, Neo is a kitten. One day, he witnessed his mother being beaten by another cat. Or a group. Gang? Now Neo wants to avenge his mother. For that reason, Neo leaves his home and travels around Switzerland to find where his enemy is. As he progresses, his clothes get longer and so this is not here. Or maybe. As he progresses, do we conjugate the verb progress? Okay, so there's an S. As he progresses, his clothes get longer and stronger, allowing him to climb higher and fight harder. The cat has now better clothes. Better adventure. So Neo has now better clothes and eventually retrieves his enemy. After Neo having defeated his enemy, he realizes that he has gained better and stronger clothes throughout his journey, and that's what he was missing to be able to fight his enemy, not the willingness. He realizes he is brave and has a lot of courage by having traveled around Switzerland and doing all the stuff he's done so far. Okay. Okay, it looks like a story. So what's cool is now I have something that helps me to create the start and yeah, and the journey, yeah, etc. Do we have answered some of those questions? Players' abilities from start. Okay, game progression, skills, story. Story is okay. Global objective, cope with a singularity. So the singularity in this case is willingness or courage. That's what he thinks, at least. Lack of courage. So we have an answer for this, which is huge because it's the global objective. So I don't have those questions anymore. At least the global objective is clear. Game progression. Okay, skills. Story is okay. At a high level, but it's okay. I need to decide in which order I unlock abilities for the cat, but it's more a question of level design. I don't think there's really a good or a bad way of doing that. I'm not sure there's an influence if I choose, okay, I unlock the dash first and then the wall jump, or vice versa. For me, I think it's the same. It's just that I can reach some new areas with each ability. Maybe if it's attack related, the damage output, that has an influence and an impact, so that should be thought carefully. But for dash and wall jump and grab ledge, I think it doesn't really matter the order in which I unlock them. So maybe I should do a list of all the abilities the cat will have throughout the journey, from start to end. I have this document too I could use. Here. Let's read through those points because this is the Mona Lisa of the game. Mona Lisa is the main reasons why I've started this project. So I want an Hollow Knight, Elden Ring, Blasphemous kind of game. I'm still on this track, focused on animation. That's okay. Few enemies, but symbiosis amongst them. Something that I will develop probably as I have more and more enemies. No definitive game over. Start at last checkpoint. Okay, that's something I've started to implement already. Health bar. The one-shot death, like. Oh yeah, that means I have It's not I get hit and I die and I retry. It's I have a health bar and each time I'm getting hit, the bar just decreases. Prayer has a hard life bar, so it's not something. Actually, for now the health bar is above the main character, like for any character actually. but that will be removed and just be a HUD on the upper left corner, like in most games of that kind. So that's what it means. So everything here is still valid. I need to keep that in mind and in focus throughout the whole project. And here I could also, I'm not sure if I should do that here or in a new card. Maybe a new card. What is this last one? Players abilities, or let's call it like this, and put it right below the Mona Lisa. So here we have walk, sprint, dash, wall jump, grab ledge, ground light attack. Maybe, yeah, ground heavy attack, air upward attack, air forward attack. That's all we have for now. Am I missing something? No. I'm hesitating if I want to add a remote, a distant attack or not. All those attacks are close distance attack. I'm not sure I want to add something, a distant attack, like, I don't know, Kamehameha, throwing objects at enemies and stuff like this. I do like the fact that this little cat has to be really close to his enemy. It takes courage to do this, more than to have a gun and being far away and just shooting at enemy. So it goes in the same philosophy of saying that he is courageous. It serves the story, actually. If there's a remote attack or a area of effect attack, maybe it's something that is very that should be very how do you say this in English? You can't use it like spam it all the time. It takes time to. Hey, good morning. Avisionix. It takes time to replenish or to cool down. It's like a super attack in Street Fighter. You have to build it, and then he can get like in Bloodlust for a few sec, or I don't know. It could be an idea actually, but it has to be sparse. How do you say that in English? I don't even know in French actually. I've lost my vocabulary. façon peu occasionnelle. Like limited, exactly, yeah. I have a word, but I'm not sure it's the right one. Sparse or scarcely? I don't know. Occasionally? Sparingly! That's the one I was looking for. Sparingly. Sparingly. Yeah, so we could add an AoE attack maybe. Or some spells, maybe. But funny spells that have some link with Switzerland. Spells. Or AoE attacks. But that could be funny. I need to put that in the Mona Lisa actually. This game has to be light and funny after all. It's a cartoon. It's a cartoony like game. I just have. Is it really funny the word or? Comment on dit second degré? It's not really sarcasm or irony. Ironically, okay, to be ironic. Cartoonish, I think I've seen in more places. Yeah, cartoonish. Thanks. Yeah, that's probably a good one. This has nothing to do here actually. Those are the places I have in mind for now to be visited for the cat. Literally at face value or ironically, sarcastically. Okay. Yeah. So I should probably split this card into more cards. R&D, general level shape, visuals, and enemies. It's too broad. Or is it really? No, I think it's fine. It's for the Valet level. What do we have here? A death, an intro, and then victory. Okay. So we have the death, but we don't have those two. But I'm not sure I want to create the story, to draw the cinematic or whatever now. It's probably too early. I should think about the level design of this level. And I need to scope. Do I go to other places or? Because it's like a prototype. It's a first game that I want to publish, but I don't want to make the whole game at once. I will release the first level, this level. So I will need the introduction, like a cinematic or something like this. In-game, probably. I don't know. I don't know yet. A short story that introduces the pitch. And the level with the level design, enemies, and an ending, kind of. Even if it's a cliffhanger. How do you say that? Yeah. Maybe at the end of this first level, we will almost find the enemy. Like in every Mario, in Super Mario, you defeat the castle and you defeat the enemy in the castle, but he flies away each time until the end. So that could be a thing. Yeah, so that's the victory for this prototype. It's find enemy, but he after I don't know, it's too early to say that, but he leaves. He leaves to another place. I'm not sure I want to repeat that in every level. Probably not. It's just for the prototype. To make the player understand that the game is not finished. If you liked it, yeah, buy it. Because it takes so much time to do it. If it's not working, this first prototype, probably it's not worth to continue on working on that. So it's the first prototype that's his objective, to know if it's something players want to play. So that's the cliffhanger. Maybe I should call it cliffhanger instead of victory. So that implies that I have an idea of what this enemy is, who this enemy is. Or maybe we just suggest him, we don't really show him. Maybe I'll create a new doc. Not sure I need something that big to describe the enemy. Maybe I don't even need to write something in there. It's just a new card. But I have to decide whether I show him or not. I think I won't show him, actually. Yeah, I should not. Or maybe we have a fight at the end, and we think it's the enemy, because the clues we've gathered have led us to this guy, but actually it's not. And it ends like this. So if we do that, I think the next thing to do is really the level design. So I need to decide which enemies are in this level and the level design. Let's check something. Yeah, it's almost the same. Okay. Maybe I'll take this. I can draw. So first there are the 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 mechanics, the abilities we have at start that we need to the player to learn. So we have jump, run. We probably don't have dash, and then we have attack. Those three are probably the first that we have, and we need to teach via the through the level design. Where are the yeah? So we have an obstacle here for jump. So maybe the second screen is just jump. And then we have a hole. And then maybe we have something like this. Oh. So that's the jump section. Maybe we have the run and jump run. So we have a bigger gap. That's run and jump. And eventually we have a fight or multiple fights. Because I need to decide which attack I can have at start. Probably the light, the heavy on ground. Maybe not heavy actually. Heavy could be something that unlocks later on. And maybe that's when you use a heavy that you use your claws and you see that they are growing. Each time you use the heavy, you see your claws like getting bigger and you do more damage. Yeah, maybe it could be nice to have at the end of this level you gain your first claw length that unlocks the heavy attack too. So that way you understand that this mechanic is the red, the how do you say that, the back, the thing behind the whole process, the whole progression in the game. We say fil rouge en français. How do you say that in English? It's not the backstory, it's but so we have run and jump. Yeah, the common thread, the recurring theme, or the main thread. The common thread. The common thread. Or recurring theme. Okay. Main thread. Okay. So we have this. We have light attack. So maybe the third screen is light attack. So basically it's defeat an enemy or two. So that's a grounded enemy, by the way. Okay. Then we have somewhere. I should have this actually and reuse it. Let's do this. Okay. And then we use this. So the next is maybe we have a title here. Um, for the purpose of the screen. And then we can draw inside like with a different color maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't matter actually. It's a big pen tip. Just want something smaller. So we have this. And we have an enemy here. A grounded enemy. Okay, light attack. Let's remove this. So that's run and jump. And that's jump. What? Run, jump. Jump. Okay. Can I align those guys like bottom wise? So maybe I should focus on a really tight loop. I have, let's see, the cow, the cuckoo, the chicken. I could use the scarecrow maybe. I have like 3 or 4 different enemies so far. So maybe I keep that as the number of enemies for this first level. And make the loop and see how it feels. Do we get the purpose of the whole story? Is it okay? How is it to play this game, etc. It's going to rain. It looks like. I'm wondering if it's okay to release the first prototype version of this game with a short story that explains the basics, like the whole objective for the player, the story, the main thread, the some of the game mechanics, the combat mechanics. And then if there's enough people that wants the game, and I continue on to develop it, to rework this first part and change things. My concern is maybe the players who have played the first prototype will be lost because it's not exactly the same story. It's the same story, but maybe I want to give some abilities in this prototype just to show where it could go. But in the final product, in the final game, those abilities will be gained much later in the story. Yeah, if I call it a prototype, it's okay. It's not a really nice name for me, but I don't know how I could name this. It's like a proof of concept. Alpha version, yeah, it could work. Totally. It's very software, but it's what people in the game industry use, I guess. I think if I remember correctly, when I first discovered the Warcraft 1 game, it was in 94, I guess. Yeah, demo is a good one. Definitely. Demo, totally. Thank you. It's the demo. You demonstrate some things. It's not the final thing. So in this demo, I will unlock quite rapidly in the story a few abilities. Just to give a sense of what this game could become or where it goes if you have the whole game. So maybe after a fight, maybe the light attack screen, I don't know, I could gain an ability. I need to think of what's the mechanism behind gaining, obtaining a new ability. Is it always when you defeat someone? Is it because how does it work in Metroid? It's you just discover a room and there is the ability there. Whereas in the Mega Man, it's when you defeat an enemy that you gain its power. So it's just a matter of choice, I don't know. I like the idea of defeating an enemy and gaining something. In Cuphead, you go to the mausoleum, which seems to be relatively random when you can go there and gain your power. Obtain your new ability. They've decided, like, now, okay, we will pop a stair here and you go to this region and now you can have access to the mausoleum and get your new power. But it's totally their choice. There's no real story motivation behind it. from what I've understood, at least. But me, I guess I would prefer to defeat someone, an enemy, and get a power. Like in Castlevania, Metroid, not Metroid, Mega Man. So maybe the cow could be the biggest enemy in this demo that gives you the power. But then what do you do with the power if you have finished the game? You finish the demo. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe after defeating the enemy, you have to go to the exit point of the level. And between you need like 2 steps. Yeah. Maybe we're talking the same thing. I defeat the enemy, and between the enemy and the exit point, you have like a horde of plenty of enemies that makes you use your new area of effect power. And then you go out and done. Could simply let the player replay. Yeah, I was exactly thinking the same thing. Yeah. You can just redo the whole level with your new abilities. But maybe it's both, actually. I probably need at least the first solution, which is after the first, the enemy that gives you the power, you have one more fight to do. That lets you use your new power. Because I'm not sure all the players will understand what this power is used for. Do they want to do the whole game once again? I'm not sure. Second playthrough could also add more mobs. Ah, yeah, I could increase in difficulty. But that means more work. Yeah, more powerful maybe. Or I just cut it and it's a demo. You've used your new power on the last fight, and there's an idea behind the demo that is, I want to create a sense of frustration. That's the idea. Now you have a new power, you've barely used it, so you want more. And redoing the same thing is okay, but the main objective is it's okay. The game, you like the game. I will do more. Yeah, make them hunger for more, exactly. And it's a good sign, actually. If I can achieve this and get comments like, "Oh, I really want more now and want to use my new powers, etc., etc." That's, I mean, it's the. I'd be so happy. So if we draw this whole idea, we have like a first level enemy And some more, I don't know, some more things. I'm not really sure what here. And finally, not finally actually, big boss or um, new ability. Call this fight. This guy is really badass. Should be in red. Where's the pen? He has spikes, of course. He has muscles on its legs. And then no, here it's use new ability fight. I don't know what it is. We have to decide what ability it is. What ability we are talking about to define an enemy. But I would like to have an AoE effect, an AoE attack. Make sense? Intro, jump, run and jump, first attack, something, boss attack, new ability, outro. And this is pretty much the skeleton for all the areas, I guess, with some maybe changes here and there, but that's the main thing. Frame. And I'm sure I'm not reinventing the wheel here. It's probably the case for many games, but I do like it. I'm thinking of the linearity of the levels. Do I want to go to have more amplitude on the y-axis, on the vertical axis? Because for now it's very horizontal. It's not. It's maybe not an issue actually. I don't know. Maybe this stage is like this, but as it's a demo, I have to wonder if I'm introduce more amplitude in like levels that are below the ground or up in the air. I would like to have maybe that's this one actually. I would like to have an inside space. Inside. Maybe it's enough. Like we're starting outside, or maybe we're starting inside already in the intro, but then we go outside really quickly. And everything takes place outside, except for 1 or 2 screens here. Probably I should have a fight with maybe the cuckoo is inside, that makes sense. Cuckoo fight could be inside. We're in a chalet or in a mountain house. A racard, I don't know. A carnetze, a restaurant, something. And maybe we go outside again and we have a fight, or maybe the fight is inside, and we go out and we have a new fight, and it's done. Maybe when it's outside it's green, and maybe it's another color when it's inside. Let's take an orange, maybe, I don't know, like this. So this one could be, I think I'll use the cow as the final enemy in this level. So a cow would be outside, so yeah. Okay, be right back. Yup. Okay. Let me quickly change something on my screen. Those are new screens and monitors, and I'm not very happy with the color balance. What is gamma? Okay, black level, color. Hue, green, maybe less green. Doesn't change anything. Cyan, magenta, yellow. Blue light filter. Ah, maybe it's this. It's actually better like that. Okay. Mm. All right. Hey, Kirby's Planet. Welcome in. I'm finding you. So to do this, I need to work on my tile map, on my tile set. Exactly, it is. So you're playing as a cat. I can show you where I am. It's the start of the project. I've implemented the last thing I've done. One of the last things I've done is technically wise is creating a save system. So that's a temporary menu, and UI is not done. It's just for the purpose of testing the saves. But yeah, you're a cat. You're this kitten, and the whole story takes place in Switzerland. This first level for the demo is in a region called Le Valais, and it's a platformer. And this morning I've worked on the story, the backstory, the main thread. So yeah, and for the Elden Ring Blasphemous, it's mostly related to how few enemies you have at the same times and how do you combat them. So I want to have maybe longer fights where you take risks when you start to attack instead of mashing the button and yeah, just go through the thing like this. So you have to be careful. There's a risk and reward for each attack you throw. For now, I have 2 attacks on the ground, one small and quick attack, and one big and more slow attack, but that does more damage, obviously. And I can also attack in the air like this, or in front. Lion King. Yeah, cool. I take this as a compliment because Lion King has been drawn by some of the guys that worked on the movie, the anime, if I remember correctly. So yeah, that's it. And oh, I have a bug here. And you have a dash, which will get you invulnerable for the attacks. Like in Elden Ring, you have the roll. Thank you. Here you have a dash. So So that's the chicken. The chicken turns into an egg, and you have a few seconds to knock the egg. Otherwise, it comes back like a phoenix. Now I can smash the egg. It goes really far. Yeah, that's it. So I need to rework the tile set. Maybe that's the thing I should create a card for first. Oh, resource to learn Godot. Do you have any experience in game engine? I was following one tutorial, but it's generating autocodes for movement stuff, so I'm not able to understand. I did a little Unity. Okay. Let's see. I come from Unity, so I have a hard time to figure out what Godot's philosophy was. But code-wise, it depends. It's also if you use GDScript or C#. Oh, your PC is not powerful enough. Okay. Yeah, Unity is not really that. It is not simpler to me, in my opinion. It's maybe the opposite actually. Because in Unity you have much more features, things to learn. Godot has fewer features, more structured. Depends on what aspect. Editor-wise, not for me. They're both pretty similar. Code-wise, if you choose GDScript, if you choose C#, it's the same. If you use GDScript, GDScript has some good points and bad points. But I chose Godot to move away from Unity, at least for my hobbies, and to learn a new language. And I think I can say that GDScript has a good potential. It has to evolve, and it's evolving actually. It has changed since I've started. Yeah, there is a debugger. No, you should. No. I can show you. You can just put breakpoint here and start your game, and it will break. And let's see if I put one that is reachable easily. Probably in the enter, or maybe even on the controller here. You see, you break, you have the stack, the call stack, all the members, etc. Right? No, you have a debugger. No, the things that are limited for me is mostly the fact that you don't have abstracts or interfaces, classes. But it's coming for the next release. You will have abstracts. So that's a very good thing. And there's another thing. The editor is their philosophy is to have an editor inside their game engine. This one, but you can use Visual Studio, etc. Hey, thanks for the follow. It works. It does a job, but there are some big caveats for me. The biggest is the refactoring tool. It's like it doesn't exist. It's just find and replace text strings, and it doesn't do the job at all. But apart from that, I mean, there are plenty of things that are really handy with JavaScript. It's a language that is made to facilitate and to ease the work of a developer. So I think over time it will get really cool. At any point, would you be teaching Godot? Maybe a simple game like 2D Runner? I can follow along and learn side by side. Oh, it's funny because I do teach game programming in a high school here in Switzerland, in Geneva, but with Unity. Not for Godot. And actually, if you follow the project, you will learn. And if you have questions, I'll be happy to help you if I can. But I don't have enough time to make a side project for teaching purposes, and I'm not sure I have enough experience yet to do that. Yeah, so if you have questions, just ask them. And for the resources, you can check the doc. The online doc is where I'm looking most of the time for the API. So you can reach the doc either here directly or online on their website. Here you have docs up here. I will have an idea what's going on, but understanding the code will be difficult. Like camera movement and character movement stuff, it's a bit slightly difficult just watching. Yeah, the character controller is a big thing actually. It took me a long time to make it work the way I wanted it to work. I've changed my mind multiple times, especially regarding the state machine, the kind of structure, architecture I want to use for the code, because I'm that type of guy that like to think about the architecture. So I've refactored the whole thing quite a few times. But I think it's beneficial. You learn things, and in the end, if all goes well, you have a better system. Yeah, that's the issue with generated code, and that's something I encounter with my students too. They are using AI all over the place, and it's doing worse than it helps. I mean, if you don't get the principles, the concepts behind programming, and how to resolve cases, situations, AI or code generated won't help you a lot. It will give you a solution that maybe works, but in a very specific context. And if you need to modify that, just have fun, good luck. Because you don't get the principles behind them, and you don't get the concept, so yeah, you have to learn the concepts. And that's something we've noticed in the school where I worked. In the first year, it's a programming school, by the way. In the first year, students need to understand how to solve problems, and it's not even code related. It's how do you split a problematic into smaller pieces. How do you solve them? What's your logic? Even when you express it with your own language, in English or in French, it doesn't matter. And that's where most of the people struggle. Yeah, algorithms is the bigger part. It's the most important one. Then code just is a matter of where do you put the comma and what word do you use to make an if statement. It's really quick to get those answers actually. The big deal is how do you conceptualize your idea into an algorithm. Pseudocoding is very efficient. That's the best way to approach, and that's what I do. I tend to do it quite often when I'm developing game. I start by just writing pseudocode in English or making schemas, stuff like that. So yeah, to answer your question, so for the controller, maybe what I do suggest, but I'm thinking out loud now, is go start with simple tests. Like, how do you move an object? How do you use the inputs, like your keyboard inputs or controller inputs? How do you use gravity? Stuff like this. And all the small pieces, you have to understand what's a controller made of. Yeah. Yeah, again, for now, it's not a project. Actually, I would love to, but it's just a matter of time. But if you have questions, I can just make a break on my project and try to answer it by showing stuff if I can. And it's a good thing if you come with questions. You've tried something, you've encountered some issues or some misunderstanding of something, and you ask that. Instead of me giving a full lesson on a thing where you think, oh, okay, yeah, it makes sense, it's obvious, okay, I get it, but until you make it, you don't really get it. No, don't hesitate. If it's too big of a topic, I would say to you. I'm happy I'm a teacher, so I like it. It's just that it can't be my main project. But if you have something in mind that is precise enough, I can probably help. W teacher, love that attitude. Sorry, I don't get this sentence. Oh, okay. Thank you. So English is not my mother tongue, as you can hear, so maybe I'm missing stuff. Oh, cool. Yeah. The higher the grade is, the more interesting and involved teachers are, as a general rule for me. I remember my last university schools where I had most of my teachers were involved and really interesting. But in lower grades, it depends. I think the worst is in the middle, actually, when you're a teenage. So where is the tile map? Should I go with a new one? Maybe. So I said vibrant nature. Which one, dude? This one, I guess. Yeah. Uh... Hey, Meko want witch. Hello, hello. How are you? Mm. So I have to make this work with this kind of art style. I've completely changed my artistic direction. I mean, not completely, but it doesn't match anymore. Maybe I should start from here. Yeah. Maybe something much more simpler. Yep. Devant Python un peu, pas du tout. J'ai un petit peu... Je suis un petit peu touché, mais pas plus que ça. Pourquoi t'avais une question? Essaye toujours, hein, peut-être que je peux aider sur un malentendu. Donc si on prend ça, déjà ce que je devrais faire, first I need to convert that to the color palette I'm using here. Because now it's all over the place. Hmm. Uh-huh. So maybe I need to update my palette first. Save palette as default. Save palette first, then So it's this one. Interesting. Let's see what it looks like in the game. It hasn't changed. Oh, I need to export it. I'm not using an sprite file. It's really dark. Okay. So now it's not the same. But it's the same color here. Is it the export that changes the color? What is this? Ah, it's selected. Okay. I don't get why we're not getting the same color. Am I missing something or? So I set vibrant nature. .png. This is the PNG that does some compression and yeah. Can I export it in some other formats? Oh wow. Interesting. It's not different in Godot, it's compared to another sprite that is not a PNG, but drawn with the same exact color. By default, Godot treats images as RGB. Choose the most albedo diffuse. Okay, maybe there's an option on the import of the image. Let's see where it is. Can I do environment, high set, vibrant nature, environment, high set. It's lossless. Does it change anything if I do this? No, that doesn't change the color. And if I go, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be compressed actually. This one is compressed. Oh wait, I've changed the color actually. Still different. It's closer but different. Let's re-import everything. Those one I don't use them. Oh, cool. It's a shame you can't do it on multiple items at once. Okay. So there is still a difference between those two. Is it because it is compressed or maybe here I can do something? Output, embed texture. Is it different if I uncheck this? No. Oh, maybe it generates, maybe I can check. Let's give it a name. BG1 ground. Then import and see. If I can compare them. It's not entire set. It's in the maze. This one. So we have this one. And this one. It does not have the same color in the editor than exported. It actually matches this color, which is why I would expect. So why is it different when I don't get it. Yeah, we can't clearly see because of the shadow, but if I take a screenshot of the three, and we compare this in like in Leo. Okay, we have this guy, the exported one. This guy. This guy. Those two are the same, not this one. This one is not the same. It's weird. Let's test something. If I create a new node, sprite, and we'll add the newly exported one, this guy. It's crazy. It has the correct color. It's only this one that has not the correct color. So now if I try to put this in the ground layer like this, does it change the color? Wait, what happened? Not sure what's happening here. Eh? So this one is the correct color. Something happened to this image, I don't know when or how or what. Are they different? I don't know even where to look for a difference. The index maybe? Let's check. Ordering -10. No, it keeps its color as expected. Oh, wait! There's something in front of it. That's what's causing the issue. Yeah. Okay. So what it is? What is it? Oh, Jesus. It's the collision box. Of the cuckoo, probably. So the sprite is fine. Hey, hello from Poland, Ziegler Games. Welcome in. So, Cuckoo. Yeah, that's him. He has a greenish box to test collisions, and it's influencing. It's an overlay that creates this effect that the color is not correct. You see? Jeez. So, okay, it's fine. Let's put him back here. Actually, we probably won't be here, so we don't need it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm reworking on the tile set. This tile map is not. It was the first one I've made to have something to play with, but now I've made my mind on where to go with the art. More like 80%. It's gonna be something like this, and the first tile map I've done does not match this style anymore. So I'm reworking on it. And yeah, by the way, I don't know if you've seen the game. It's the start of the project, and you're playing this cat here, and you'll have to face enemies. And yeah, I've just developed the story this morning, actually. The first draw, let's say, of the story. So I have 3 enemies. The cuckoo, the chicken. This one is not really an enemy. It's the first thing I've done. It took me 1 minute just to have something to hit on, like to strike on, to program the knockback effects, life, etc. It can hit too. Like if I check the attack, and I can get damage from him like this. It was made to test the loop of dying, etc, etc. So we have this, we have the cuckoo, but I think I've removed him. I can show you probably here. So cuckoo has an idol like this, and he has 2 attacks. The first is he's throwing his cones below him, and the second one is hitting in front of him with a giant mallet like this. And the third one is a cow. It's actually the second boss I've made. It is not finished like the others. So it has a work animation, and he can attack too. The cow can attack with this gigantic bell. Boom, like this. Yeah, I use a sprite and do everything inside a sprite. Animation wise, at least. It's also the first time I use a sprite and I do pixel art and animation and stuff like this. So I'm pretty happy with the results so far. Okay, so where is he? Thank you! Oh, that's so nice. Yeah, the cuckoo one is here. So we throw its spine below it and yeah, it explodes. Color palette has changed, so I will need to refine the colors, etc. But you get the idea. Okay, so back to the tile map. Yeah, it's funny you said that because I have started the project by defining what was the points that were the most important for me in this project. And it's defined here in this card, in the Mona Lisa card. And if you take a look at it, you see that the second point is focus on animations. As I started the project, I found out that the animations were pretty good, and I've really enjoyed doing them. So yeah, one of the main goals is to have cool animations and graphics, etc. And it's probably because I've played Cuphead. Probably you know this game, and I was so amazed by the job they've done. Like, no matter what the rest of the game is, the just for the sake of seeing and playing with this animation and artistic direction was enough, at least for me. So the game takes place in Switzerland. I can read the pitch actually. It's really new. It's a good exercise for me to see if I still like it or not. So this is the document I started to like yesterday or today to try to figure out what the whole story was, the main objective, etc. So the project is a demo. It has one level which takes place in Switzerland. This is Switzerland. I don't know if you know it or not, but and there are regions. One of them is called Valais here, and it's very mountainy and sunny. So that's the start of the game, of the demo at least. And the pitch is the kitten, Neo, you, as a player, has witnessed his mother being beaten by another cat, and he feels ashamed because he had not done anything to prevent that. So for him, it was due to a lack of willingness, whereas it was just because he was a kitten, he had not the strength required to defeat an adult cat. So he decides to go on a journey to find his enemy and to gain some power, like better claws, to be able to defeat him at some point. So throughout the journey, the growth of Neo's claws is visible. Sorry. Okay. How do you do this? Like this, I guess. Has visible effects. He will gain in power while fighting and in hate while climbing walls up. So you start Neo as a kitten. One day he witnesses his mother being beaten, blah blah blah. Neo wants to avenge his mother. For that reason, Neo leaves his home and travels around Switzerland. So the idea is to have some like a road trip around some places in this country. To find his enemy. As he progresses, his claws get longer and stronger, allowing him to climb higher and fight harder. You don't know where his enemy is, so it's not written. Maybe I should add this. He will find some clues of where to go next to find him. So the confrontation is the Neo has now a better claws and eventually retrieves his enemy. So after Neo having defeated his enemy, he realizes he has gained better and stronger claws throughout his journey, and that's what he was missing to be able to fight his enemy, not the willingness. Actually, the cat was courageous. He thought it was a lack of courage, of bravery, whereas it was a lack of, simply put, power, and he was a kitten. And by going through this journey, he demonstrated that he has the willingness and the courage required. So, yeah. So that's the pitch for now. Oh, cool, cool. So, yeah. Then I was wondering what the abilities were when you start and what you gain, if you gain any ability throughout the game. And for that, I've a note here. So far we have already this in the project. Like he can walk, sprint, dash, wall jump, grab ledge, ground attack, light, heavy, upward, air, forward. So everything is implemented. All this. But I probably won't give all the abilities at start. So now I have to decide what the cat can do at start, what we gain, obtain throughout the game, unlock, and I may add some new abilities like spells, like an AoE attack, an attack that has an area of effect that hits multiple targets at the same time. But this kind of attack has to be used sparingly. And then I decided to draw how the first level would develop. So there's an intro where the cat is leaving his house. You have a screen where you have to learn to jump, the basic stuff really. And then run and jump to make higher jumps, longer jumps, and then a first combat with an enemy with the light attack. The first idea is that you don't have the heavy attack, you have two attacks. But I think I've shown you. That's the quick light attack, and there's the heavy attack. I can do it. Yeah. So this attack, this heavy attack is not available maybe at start. So you have the light attack, you defeat your enemy. There's a phase where you're inside to make a break, usually, and for the story. And then you go outside and you have the boss of the level, of the demo, actually. And when you defeat this boss, you get your new ability. And you have a last confrontation with some mobs just to have the pleasure of using your new ability. And then the outro. So that's the plan for now for the demo. So that's why I'm back on the tile set to match my tile set with what I've done so far. And there you go. So those walls don't really work. Maybe I should use walls like this just when I'm in some caves or on the grounds, which is not the case for the demo. And for this level, I could use props like houses or barrels or fences rather than walls like this. So I need to keep, I'll probably keep them but draw new ones. Or maybe I don't need actually tile sets to do this. Are you planning to release this game on Steam or somewhere? Yeah, on Steam. So, what I'm going to say is subject to change, but the idea for now is to release the demo on Steam for sure. I'm not sure I can release it anywhere else actually. I was thinking it's a good platformer game that could be... I mean, it's a good candidate for console games too, but it requires to, you know... First, I need to know if the game is good, and if there are some interest for it. That's my main goal. So I want feedbacks, I want all this, and Steam is a perfect platform to do that. So it will be released on Steam, and then we'll see. But hopefully, I mean, in the ideal situation, the game is well received, and I have good feedbacks, and people are motivated to pay for a full game. And if this happen, yeah, I want to make it available on consoles, especially Switch, and maybe others. I don't know, but that's the plan. Yeah. So probably this demo will be free, actually. I don't know if I want this or not. Let's get rid of those highlights first. Or should I, really? Because, let's see. Maybe I will need them if I have platforms, higher platforms. So how does that work? It's been a while. Cool. And that's why I started to stream on Twitch, by the way. It's first for having some rhythm, I would say, some discipline to work on this project, and then to get feedbacks while doing it. So I'm glad you have comments, being good or bad. Actually, I do prefer when they are good, but yeah, feel free to give me feedbacks. So why can't I draw? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, if I have platforms like this, but that's very valuable for me. Of course, there's a bias developing this game on Twitch because most of the people on Twitch are towards the game, but it's even better if some of you are not really, I don't know, gamers or hardcore gamers. I mean, every opinion as a value. So does it work something like this? On Twitch, you mean? Yeah. Ah, yeah, that's cool to see more projects. Yeah, it kind of works, but the city is not exactly the same, but it's very slow. I don't know why. Taking so much time to... There's a real inertia here. It's weird. Where's the speed? Oh, I forgot to add the speed debugger info. Velocity. I do have a velocity though. Can add it. Okay. Be here. $125, it's correct. And 250 should be the max. It's 215. Let's check. 115, okay. It just looks really slow. Maybe I could add the FPS counter. Oh yeah, it's really slow. There's something going on. So I've never profiled the game so far, but I know I've seen something to have some inputs of what's going on. It's not inspector. Oh, what is that? Wow! How did you make this? I have to show you what I see here. It's not the same probably that in the chat. I see this. It's crazy. This is really cool. So why is it so slow? But you don't see it like I've shown you, do you? I mean the spider rope is going upward in front of every chat before? Because it has a different aspect on my tablet than on my screen, than on my monitor. How to debug performances in Godot. Profiler tab? Ah, okay. So it's here. Profiler. And then what? Start. Okay. Physics. How can I know what's inside this? Okay, got you. Can I stop the thing or how does that work? It's not like in Unity. Measure. Process is so slow. I have spikes. Don't know why. Oh, it does stop actually. Okay. Then how do I see what functions are called or what does the AI has to say about it? Use the bit in the bigger profiler. Frame time shows how long frame takes. Fixed time script functions. Which function? So where is that? Script functions? Oh yeah. Okay. Can I order them by time or is it already? It's a bit. State machine. Ah. State bars. 4 draw calls. Okay. Character controller getter. Wow. Who is calling this? 16 calls. Can I fold? No, I can't. It's the bare minimum for a provider, I have to say. Physics process. What do I do in physics process? Everything. Gravity. For your first landing. Let's turn movement slide. Let's push back dissolve. Can it be a bit more precise than physics process? Would be cool. So that's physics process. But I don't know what's causing this spike, for instance. Yeah, I can probably check that first. Would help. Because the check for knowing if it's on floor or not is heavier than just the boolean. Why do we resume like this? Okay. 18 milliseconds. Physics frame time. It's process and what is the difference between physics time and physics frame time? So those two are costing me the most. It's a bit sad there is not more information on precisely which functions is being called. And you cannot collapse the categories. Like frame time, I would like to collapse it. Do you have enough colors to represent the... Okay. Let's keep only those. Will cost me some time. So until here. Can I zoom in? Yeah. Do I need to do this? Wait. Oh yeah, it's for the player only. No, it's correct. This one. It's not doing that much. What is considered a high value for process time? The process time is how long the engine spends per frame on all scripts and node processing, process and physics process, signals, etc. Since games run in frames per second, you can translate frame time directly. Yeah, okay. One to 5 ms, very good, plenty of room left for rendering and physics. Okay. So it's up to 10. 1 ms. And I'm not even at 1 ms. So that shouldn't be a problem. Even if I take the highest value, that is it inclusive? How does it work? Ah, it's just for the graph. It adds up, it piles up, or not. For the whole thing it takes 16 ms, which is quite slow actually. So it's 15 for that and 16 for this. But I don't get where it comes from. Here it's 0.26. Is it the total of the sum of all the child below it? It looks like, because there's not much. It's 6 plus 5, 11, 12. I'm missing 15. I don't know where it comes from. I don't get how it works. So it looks like it's not always the sum of the children. So 0.08, and we have 6, and that's it. So I'm missing 0.02 here. This one is 0.4. It's correct. It's the sum of those two. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe there's a better tool actually. What does it propose? External render doc, capture a frame and analyze GPU cores. Godot's remote scene tree lets you see what's running in real time. System tools task mode. No, really. Oh, but the draw cores may. Yeah, because you have to multiply this by cores, or. No, it's not the total. It's like it should be 30-ish, but it's only 16. I don't get what's this value. What does this stand for? Do we have a doc? Let's go on the website. Debugger panel. So the frame time is the time it takes Godot to execute all the logic for an entire image from physics to rendering. Physics frame. is the time Godot has allocated between physics updates. In an ideal scenario, the frame time is whatever you choose. In physics time is the time Godot took to update physics tasks. Physics frame is the time Godot has allocated between physics updates. What does not work in C#? Interesting. I don't see where is this idle thing. You can change what measurement you are looking at using the measure drop-down menu. By default it starts with frame time and lists the time it takes to go through the frame in milliseconds. The average time is the average time any given function took when called more than once. For example, a function that took 0.05 milliseconds to run 5 times should give you an average of... Ah! But where is that average thing? Oh! What is this? You can change what measurement you're looking at using the measure drop-down menu. What? Why don't I have this? With any nested function, inclusive, okay. So where is inclusive? Here. I don't get this. Doesn't change anything. Do I need to... is the scope of the time. Inclusive measures the time a function took with any nested function calls. Okay, so if a function A is calling function B and function B takes a long time, if you're in inclusive, it looks like function A is taking time where it's function B actually. So self is more precise, probably more useful for me to know which function is costing time. There's the time spent the function, but without considering function calls, okay. So self is probably the way to go for me. But I still don't have this information, like the name of the functions. I don't get where he's taking that from. Or am I not on the correct view? It's huge. I don't know. It looks like it's a separate pane, but I don't have it. Begging slow code. Running slow code will probably boils down the running your game and watching the performance graph as it grows. When an acceptable spike occurs in the frame time, you can click on the graph to pause your game and narrow the frame number to the spike start. You need to jump back and forth between frames, okay. Under the script function, turn on the checkboxes for some functions to find which take time. These are the functions you need to review and optimize. Okay, so what I understand is I need to go down here in the functions. It's just that they are so low. It's not even 1 milliseconds. And here it's 17 and 16, so I need to know what's inside process. And physics frame time. This one is constant. It's probably some value set in the editor. But this one, process time, or is there some place where I get a huge number of calls? 16. But 16 times 0 is not that big. Yeah, you don't even see it. Yeah, I don't really get how it's supposed to work and to be used. Yeah, I can have debug, okay, cool. Okay, let's check this one. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's use the person instead. So for me, those are taking like 1.5%. So I don't have something in my scripts causing this slow process time. And I don't have the idle neither. Oh, does it work on everything? Integrate forces. State machine 55. Process, okay. Okay, the slowest one is this one. Character control 91. Gravity. What do I do here? Is it the clamp? Because the rest of it is not that. Let's make a test. It's 0.3 add-on clamp. It has a different aspect. It's funny. Okay, so if I stop on a frame like that, where were we? Character controller, physics process, 91. It's the same. It's even worse. Well, I wasn't on spike, maybe. It's still 4 cores, and it costs 0.6. So where is the rest coming from? I don't know. We have 2.7 total. Is it a total or what is it? Yeah, I need to dig into that. But I'm hungry actually. So it's time for lunch. Ooh, thank you everybody for coming. It was a pleasure. I hope you have got a good time, and I'll read someone. And I wish you a good afternoon. A fantastic Tuesday, and let's see. J'ai paumé le code. Yeah, maybe Kababskal. I don't know actually. Okay. Dino Chris. So thank you again, have a nice one, and see you. Bye bye.